thank you. Also, there's like a pseudo setup happening in crude oil. If anyone is trading right now, looking at crude oil, let me see how I can. There's going to be growing pains for anybody that's watching. I'm very new to this. I don't really know what I'm doing in the world of streaming. However, I'm happy to start. So bear with me, and hopefully I can make this go nice and smoothly. If anybody has anything to say, feel free to put it in the chat. I should have access to the chat. All 3 people. However, I do appreciate 3. For a while I thought it was just going to be 0. And look, 3 has already turned into 5. So happy to have you here. Thanks for joining 5 people. Let me talk about this for a little bit. So I'm looking at crude oil, and these yellow lines, whenever I place them at points of support and resistance, and I extend them right, so they go on forever, and I never really move them, and a lot of the time they end up acting as support and resistance. It could be days from when I originally set it, weeks, even months. But they seem to stay true for the most part, a lot of the times. Not every time, but a lot of the time. Especially when it kind of coincides with the bottom band of this Ichimoku cloud. So this might be a really good opportunity to buy. Actually, I'm in a position here where I have 2 XFAs and no combines right now. This XFA is not my main XFA, but it's going pretty well. My balance is at 4,000. I made 2,000 today, trading election stuff. I don't really want to lose any of that 2,000. So what I'm going to do is buy a combine real quick. Trade on a combine and buy one of these contracts. If I were to buy in here, crude oil has been on a big selling point lately. If you go back like weeks and months, so I don't always feel great about buying crude oil, or I haven't recently. I don't know. Yeah. I would say this is a good point to buy. Looking for a stop somewhere around, I'd probably put it below 70 even, just because those even dollars really seem to perspective in crude oil. Whoever's viewing, thank you for viewing. I do appreciate it. We'll start from the bottom, and you all were literally the first six, 7. Much appreciated. If there's any problems or suggestions for the stream, please do let me know. Type in the chat. Let me know what I need to do differently to help make the channel better. I'm trying to buy a combine. Trade of this stream. Look, I gotta be honest. Crude oil has kind of beat me up recently. But I really do like this setup. I mean, there's very, very clear point of support here. And my camera's in the way. You can see this area's been respected quite a bit.
Order filled.
And I am going to put my stop loss. Look, I know it sounds like a lot, risking 600, but that's what it's telling me. One is I definitely want to be clear of these dips. And two is again that $70 mark, that could easily get tested. So I'm going to put it at 69.90. If it goes down to 70, I might buy another contract and try and get out of it. I'm going to put my profit target right below this flat line in the Ichimoku cloud and this previous point of resistance that I've set. Music is too loud. First off, hey, it's great to see you. Great, I'm going to turn down the music. Thank you for letting me know. Now I just need to find where the music is. There it is. That better? Hopefully that's better. Yeah, good to have you. I appreciate your support from the beginning. So thanks a lot, man. All right, we are getting close to 9 o'clock. It looks like we're starting to get a little bit of movement. Well, there's a dip that doesn't go in our favor. Yeah, this is clearly stated on the channel page, and I should have started the entire stream with some sort of notice like this. I don't want to give the whole legal spiel, but I'm just going to flat out say I'm not a professional. I'm not giving advice to anybody. I'm just showing people how I do things and how it works for me. Thank you, Two-Tone. I appreciate it. Yeah, that was a big one for me. I really, I'd been thinking about a 10K trade for a while, and I know it's not smart to be thinking about, trading profit and loss. But I knew that figure was possible. I always knew that it was within reach, especially after some of the other trades that I've made. And it was just a matter of patience. So yeah, I made that 10K trade a lot sooner than I thought I would. So I'm really, really happy about it. Let's hope that I didn't just screw things up. Yeah, sorry if I just screwed up this stream. I had to change some settings real quick. Yeah, so I started a little bit early. Thank you for you guys that are here. I'm making this crude trade in a combine. Crude has not been great to me recently. It's not a bad trade setup, honestly. We're at a clear point of support. That's been what's the word I'm looking for? It's been respected for the past, week. How long have I been trading? On and off, years. So my story is I started trading when I was maybe 22, 23. And that is, 10, 15 years ago. And I spent so much time studying and learning, trying to figure out different strategies, trying to figure out different indicators. And then I finally had a relatively small amount of capital to go live. So I had a live account that was worth like 5K, and I'm in my early 20s. And within my first few days, I end up making maybe like $2,000 or $3,000 in a few days. And that was just insane to me. And I thought oh, well, I've clearly got this trading thing figured out. Super wrong. Super wrong. And immediately blew up the account, maybe, within a month after I first started. And, that was 5,000 of, my own capital essentially. And, it sucked losing that money. It would suck losing that kind of money for me today. But as much as I enjoyed the trading, it scared me. And it scared me to the point that I just stopped trading for a long, 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 long time. Probably about 10 years, maybe a little more. There's a part of me that wants to get out of this crude oil trade. So, making a long story shorter, I picked trading back up maybe a year ago, where, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, I didn't really know of access to prop firms like Topstep. I thought that the only way for me to trade futures was for me to have lots of money, which I, never have, still don't have. But last year, I wanted to dip my toes back into trading. Started looking at Forex, didn't really like Forex, kind of was just wishing that I could get back into futures. And I figured out about prop firms, and I figured out about Topstep. So I've been trading with Topstep for like a year, maybe a little bit less than a year. And recently things have been going well. I haven't always been successful. When I first started with Topstep, I was just running through accounts, and there are still times that I run through accounts, but it happens less frequently with a lot more profits in between. For the past several months, I have been very profitable with Topstep. More so, I have been making more money with Topstep than I've ever seen in my life. So, I've been trading for a while. I've been profitable for a little while, not too long. But at least I can say I'm here, and it's nice. It feels good. And it's nice that I'm only risking 300 per account. Like you guys saw with the 10,000 trade, I have already taken more than 10,000 in payouts. So anything that I withdraw, it's only 90%. It's not 10, or it's not 100%. With that 10,000 trade, 4 more days of 200 apiece, comes out to what, 10,800. So I withdrew 5,400. I would have to go through I would have to go through 30 past combines. Not 30. 20, 15, 20, I don't know, some ridiculous amount of past combines to waste all my money on combines and XFAs that I don't pay out. So, if I get a large payout and I spend money on 3 or 4 combines, maybe I'll pass 2 or 3 of them, maybe I'll get a payout of 1. The payouts that I'm taking are worth much more than the than running through the combines. So I'm always going to be making a profit, hopefully. A few comments. Saw the videos yesterday. Thank you, Bernardo. Appreciate it, man. Welcome to the club. You are part of the first 10. I've got 9 people in here. Hey Fox, I missed the beginning. Can you please explain why you took the trade? Yeah. So, one, I did kind of say that, crude oil has been kind of kicking my ass. I wanted to take the trade because I like the setup, and honestly, I want to enter in for another contract here. I'm going to enter in for another contract here. Look, I do
Order
things
filled.
very differently from a lot of people. I do a lot of things that people say don't do, and maybe this is a perfect reason why I shouldn't be doing it, because we're seeing movements like that. But the reasons I took the trade: one, we're at a clear point of support. You know, this goes back to November 1st, almost a week ago. We are at a very clear point of support. I took the trade up here. That was the setup I liked. I probably could have waited for better confirmation, but I wanted to take the trade. I wanted to get into a trade. Another reason is because this cloud is ascending. A lot of the time, you know, price will seem to follow this Ichimoku cloud. The other thing is, you know, this is, as far as I'm concerned, this is a $150 trade, meaning that I'm in a combine, and the way I'll trade combines is not necessarily the same way I would trade an XFA. I was saying that I don't want to take this trade in an XFA. I think it's a little too risky, and I don't want to lose the profits I've already had. So here's one XFA. You can see, ooh! Sorry for making that noise. I think this is a good sign. If this balance is $5,400, that means that they have removed it from my account. As you can see, the total is, oops. Sorry, I'm doing this on the wrong screen, I think. Okay. So, I can't even tell. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm new to the stream game. I can't tell which way is up. This is my main XFA. This is the account that I got the 10,000 trade in. So every day was at least $200. You can see that over here. We start with 10,000, 200, 200, 200, 200. So 5 days, I withdrew half. You know, I'm gonna take my money. I want my profits. Like, I don't want to sit around, you know, trying to grow the account. I want the money. That's just how I am. So I withdrew 5,400, which means they've processed it. They processed the payout because my balance is at 5,400. So I can trade this account, but I think I locked myself out. No, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, but yeah, this is not a trade that I want to see in that XFA. Here's another XFA that I have. Profits are 4,255. This is after 2 days. Made 2,000 today. I don't want to take this crude oil trade in this XFA because I want to keep that money. You know, this is a risky trade to me, but it could go in my favor. It could be worth it. We'll see. If not, $1,000 isn't the end of the world in a combine because it's only 150. Yeah, I'm excited for when I get to see the payouts processed. Very happy for those days. In fact, with this XFA, I think I'm going to go straight to $200 days. I don't think I'm going to try to grow the account much more than what it is. If I get $200 days, that'll put me at, you know, 6,400. I'll take out 3,200 minus 10%. And then, you know, within 2 weeks, I'll have made close to $8 grand, a little bit more than $8 grand maybe. Where do I live? I live in Asia. I'm not going to give too much information about where I live, and stuff about personal stuff. You know, I'm sure people could probably find out one way or another, but I'll give you Asia. I live in Asia. And one of the things I love about trading and living in Asia is I get to trade all day. It's 8 o'clock at night. You know, I do have a 9 to 5. I do have a job, but I can at least kind of keep an eye on the markets as I do my thing and I work. Yeah, no problem. You know, feel free to ask anything. You know, I have no problem saying whatever, so no worries. Yeah. But it's really cool because, you know, I can come home from work, and by the time I come home from work, I have already watched kind of everything happen in pre-market. We're gonna get taken out of this trade, I feel like. But remember, I did say that 70 mark might be a point of fact just for a cheap trade.
Order filled.
Here. I don't know why, but those even dollars really seem to be respected a lot in crude oil from time to time. Might not be this time. We'll see.
Order filled.
Yeah, we're out. But look, here's another point of entry. I'm a support and resistance trader, and I use the Ichimoku for that. No mentor, just me doing it myself, practicing myself. Oh man, there's another part of me that wants to. I'm gonna take one more contract in crude oil.
Order filled.
Maybe I'll trade my XFAs a little bit. I'm gonna set profit target here. Now I'll put it at the top of here. Support. Yeah, no mentor. Nobody really taught me this strategy. This is me just looking for patterns in the market. I don't know. The more I think about this trade, the more I don't like it. Nah, I don't like it. I'm getting out. If we break new lows, I'm out. And if we reach my profit target, I'm out. Okay. Well, one of my, do I recommend reading some trading books? Yeah, absolutely. You know, anything, learning anything, you know, it's good to read from knowledgeable people. I couldn't even tell you who writes the books, what the books are. I personally don't read books. I do so many things wrong, or not necessarily wrong. I do so many things that, you know, very, very professional and skilled traders would say never do. I'm okay with that, you know. It's worked for me. I don't keep a journal outside of what Topstep X automatically does. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot. Can't think of everything right now, but there's a good amount. Let's try and get out of this trade. Yeah, I agree. I shouldn't have entered. I was impatient. I really do like that point of support, but I should wait for some sort of confirmation before entering in that trade. These are what combines are for. what's happening with NASDAQ. Honestly, I feel like the election has really scared me from, no, I can't keep trades for the next day. Topstep will not allow you to do that. Automatically liquidates at 3 p.m. Central, which is, I believe, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, I wouldn't mind keeping trades into the next day if it was a personal account, but there's a lot of rules with Topstep that have honestly helped me a lot in my trading. One is lockouts. You know, I don't know any other platform where you can click a button and it'll lock you out for the rest of the day. I lock myself out so much, especially after winning days. It has been so helpful because I love trading. I trade a lot, and it's hard to stop sometimes. So yeah, being able to lock myself out and not trade has been really good to me. Oh no, I just saw Paula Ivene's comment. Is the stream cutting out for people? Let me see if there's something I can fix on my end. Yeah, I'm also, like, I'm very new to this, so I'm not sure, you know, sometimes, like, there's things that I should probably be doing differently, and I don't really know what I'm doing. And so if I'm screwing up, technically, you know, I apologize. Oh, looks like people are saying it works for them. Okay, cool. It looks like it's fine. Sorry, it's just you, Paula. I'll leave that there. I want to take a look at NASDAQ. I made pretty much all my money today buying NASDAQ. As you can tell, you know, it has been a buyer's day. This is from these right times. I mean, I guess this is from 8 o'clock yesterday, 9 o'clock yesterday. But yeah, this morning has been a buyer's dream. And I don't know if price is gonna break this point of resistance or come back down. I would want to wait for some sort of test in the cloud. The yellow dotted lines are just points of resistance or support that I have placed. If you click this button right here, say draw a horizontal line, well, that should be, oops, that should be yellow and yeah, so I place those and I extend them to the right so they last forever. Some of those would be new, some of those would be dotted lines that I put up, you know, weeks and months ago, and they still tend to be respected. One thing to take a look at before we begin our day, we have services PMI in less than 30 minutes. The turning point to becoming profitable. Great question. One is that, if I'm being honest, I'm newly profitable. Again, I think I can sustain it. It's been several months now where I've made, the kind of profit where I don't have to worry anymore. That's something kind of new in my life that I'm really enjoying. But I would say the biggest thing to becoming profitable has been patience. And I'm not always patient. But patience, not always having to be in a trade, waiting for the right setups. Because especially with my strategy, I risk a lot. You can see I took a fairly large loss in that crude oil trade. I risk a lot, and the best way I can mitigate my risk is through being patient and waiting for the best possible setups. So it's been a few months, but really it was just like, I was passing combines, I was getting to XFAs. The first time I got an XFA, I ended up taking a payout of like $1,500 after about a week, and then I blew the account. And I just got to a point where I was like, I don't want to keep losing. I don't want to keep blowing up accounts, and I knew it wasn't my strategy that was the problem, because every time I look at my strategy, it's like, oh shit, if I was just more patient, everything would have been great. Yeah, no, I totally understand, Bernardo. I'm in the same position where, I'm making profits that I've never made before in my life. I really, it kind of seemed like an impossibility for a while.
Order filled.
And I got out of that crude oil trade. And see, look, I probably should have been patient and stayed in that damn trade, but at least I got out. I'm at a point where I don't have to worry. I can take my girlfriend out to dinner. We just went on vacation. I mentioned that in one of the videos. We just went on vacation for a week. These are things that was not part of my life until I started being profitable a few months ago on Topstep. I hope I can keep it. I hope it can stick around. And it's literally always been enough to pay for the next combine. So that's one of the best things about it. Yeah, I didn't just lose $1,200, And that's the great thing about XFAs too, is that if I blow up an XFA, I lost $300. I didn't lose $5,000. I didn't lose $4,500. Kevin Pham, can I share my strategy? Yeah, absolutely, I can share my strategy. I would say the best way to learn my strategy is just to stick around. It really is not advanced by any means. I think it's quite simple. Essentially what I do is I trade support and resistance. So you got to understand what support and resistance are. If you don't understand the concepts of support and resistance, you are definitely a beginner, and you should do a little bit more studying. on a side note, I know I'm getting off track and I'm probably going to do that a lot. This like subscriber thing, it's supposed to update with every new subscriber. I don't think that's happening. Anyways, yeah, I trade support and resistance. And the only indicator that I use is the Ichimoku cloud. The Ichimoku indicator comes with a few other parts. There's a specific strategy with the Ichimoku, but I use it a little differently. I use it as points of support and resistance. It doesn't always work. Sometimes it fails. I was looking at this area in crude oil here to buy because it looked like a great place to buy. But then we came down and we tested this red line. And I even bought a contract around that red line. And then I talked myself out of it. And, you know, I'm kind of at a point where I'm wishing I didn't. But it's okay. That is quite all right. Hey, finally. Yeah, it has been a while. It took about a month off, so it's good to be here. Good to see you yet another channel. Welcome to the party. If I'm gonna make any of this money back, it's not gonna happen in crude oil, I don't think. Definitely want to wait and see what happens with the services PMI. Is there something else that's happening? Services PMI and crude oil inventories. Dear God. Yeah, kind of happy I got out of that trade. All right, gold has been kicking my ass today. I mean, do you do anything other than sell? Jesus Christ.
Order filled.
Let's see what happens. Ooh, that's a lot of risk. I do want to be above this previously established point of support and resistance, but I don't want to risk 1,000 right now. This is a combine, so again, it wouldn't be the end of the world, and I just got a Topstep payout, so let's bring it down here. Things are looking okay. At some point, I might just move it to break even so I don't lose any more money. I mean, the market isn't as thin it was. I was taking a look at the London session. I'm awake during the London session. I'm trading the London session. So I did see how thin the market was. Maybe it doesn't seem so bad right now. I don't know. Are you taking a look at gold, NASDAQ? We're getting ready for the New York Open. So, I mean, you can see spreads aren't great. Market's a little thin, but we've got time. I probably wouldn't do anything other than buy the NASDAQ right now. Gotta get rid of this thing. We're gonna look at that gold trade. But yeah, if I'm buying the NASDAQ, I want to buy way down here. Yeah, the one good thing about this gold trade that I like is it doesn't really seem like there's many points of support for it to go through. Like maybe right here, 26.75.3. I mean, God, you all saw how quickly and without thought, I don't know. It's just, you see that big of a movement, you see price breaking through those previous points of support, and maybe you can join along in the trend. So I did. Oof. go break even? Would you go break even here? I'm curious. Put it in the chat. If you were in this trade, would you go break even? I mean, we're still making new lows. At what point would you go break even in this trade? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I agree. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's risky, but certainly is working for me for the moment. Final profit target is 26691. And I have my stop at 2697. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize that that was a point of control. That's just an area that I had previously identified as support or resistance. Going back to, yeah, I mean, we were trading in this range for a while, and it seems like we're already back in it. Yeah, I mean, most of my good trades or profitable trades, I would just say I chalk it up to looking at it at the right time. Honestly, though, it wasn't the best trade in the world. You know, the trade that I should have taken is right here. That should have been the point of entry. Of course, I would have put my profit target probably here. You know, I don't think I would have made a profit target a million points away. But yeah, happy to take the riskier trades sometimes because they work out for you. Oh, I do want to go break even though. I really do. I might do one of those stupid things where I trade P&L, and once I get to a little bit above 1200, I might close the trade and get that money back. Oh God, I can't close that trade. It's going too good right now. Or can I? Oh, I'm close. I'm really close to closing this trade. This trade, oh, probably not a good idea. Be patient. Patience is a virtue. Patience is the key. Although there's a part of me that's thinking, screw patience. Take the money and run. Definitely going break even now. It would be too upsetting to be up $1,200 and then to lose $1,200. do want to close out. I want to be above 1200. I am trading my profit. Another thing that people say don't do, that I do quite a bit, that I probably shouldn't. Yes, I only touch the 150Ks. I don't do any other size combine. The reason for that is because of the loss limit. With my strategy, I risk a lot, and if it were to close my account with a loss of 2,000, I would never. That's just like any regular day with me. So no, I could never touch the 50s. Also, it is the scaling. I can start out with 3 contracts of an XFA with the 150K. And I mean, it doesn't take that long. It's, you make, I think, 3,000 and you're already up to 15 contracts. So yeah, I only touch the 150Ks. And again, for those of you that didn't see, I have 2 XFAs. One of them done well in today, made 2,000. This is after 2 days. I got $4 grand in that account, and my other XFA just took a payout. That's why it says 5,000 now and not 10,000. So just took a payout. Really happy about that. And I'm only going to focus on $200 days, so I can take another payout. I'm not too worried about growing the account. All right, 1,300, 1,400. I'm out.
Order filled.
Okay, cool. So pretty crappy trade to start the day, and pretty decent trade to follow that up and make it all back plus $100. Can't really complain too much. Yeah, I understand not walking away. I have a really hard time losing, not in the sense that I get emotional. I really don't get that emotional. I always want to make it back. And many times, I have instances like we just saw in the stream. Very quickly went down $1,200. And all it took was the next trade to make it all back. I keep, no matter how much I lose, I keep feeling like I can get it back. And a lot of times I do, honestly. A lot of times I get it all back plus even more. And then there's times I don't. And God, there was one combine I had. See, should have been patient. Another lesson in patience. If I was patient, would have had another $500 in this combine. Profit target hit. What was I saying? There was a time I had a combine and I was 250K. It was $200 away. $200 away from passing. That was it. And then from there, I lost a trade and I lost a trade and I lost a trade, and eventually I blew the whole account in a day after being $200 away from passing. So yeah, I definitely understand not walking away. Can I show you how to add the Ichimoku cloud to the chart? They have many different ones. Yeah, sure. So, all right. Let me, I don't know if I want to remove it. I'll just hide it. If you go to indicators, I mean, it's pretty self to our Ichimoku cloud. Kaboom. There it is. It's a lot. There's a lot of clutter here. There's different parts of the Ichimoku cloud. There's different names to these things. You can call them the lagging span, conversion line, baseline. But the part I use is the cloud. So here we have the cloud. Keep it at the default settings. That is my philosophy. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Again, higher time frames. Higher time frames are always going to be better with the Ichimoku. Like what you get under 30 minutes, things get a little hectic and there's a lot of noise and levels aren't really respected. So I always recommend higher time frames. In fact, I'm getting to a point where I'm kind of stopping myself from using a 30-minute and only focusing on the 1 hour. But we'll see how that goes. Okay, so once you are in the cloud, you need to access the settings. That is chart settings. That's not the. You need to access the settings of the indicator Ichimoku. Okay, so I will go to style. I will take away the conversion line, the baseline, the lagging span. I will keep leading span A and leading span B, and I will click OK. And there you have it. There you have your cloud. You know, it's moments like these right here. You know, it's all about being at the right place at the right time. You know, if you are bearish on gold, on gold. If you're bearish on gold, which you obviously have a reason to be, like we've been in a downward trend since Halloween. If you're bearish on gold and you are here looking at this chart at, you know, sometime around, that would have been 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You know, that's a hell of a downward move to make. That would have been such a good entry point. I always like to make, I don't always do it, but it's always best to make your trades, for me, it's always best for me to make my trades at the further end of the cloud. So if I'm buying, I'm talking about buying from the bottom end. If I'm selling from the top end. Background music is kind of distracting. Maybe I can turn it down. I just didn't want to have like nothing going on. Let's see what I can do. And I turned my speakers down. I don't even know what the music is. I don't even know what it sounds like. I just picked a random copyright-free playlist. I'll turn it down a little bit, and I'll change the song, and hopefully things are better. But yeah, I can't hear anything right now. I have no idea what it sounds like. But thank you for saying something, because I do appreciate it. I want to make an enjoyable viewing experience. Anything I can do, if anybody ever has any suggestions, let's let me know. All right, so, you know, somebody mentioned that this was a previous point of control. You know, if you've been watching the stream, you saw I had this already set up from God knows how long ago. I honestly have no idea how long ago I put it on the chart. And it tested it pretty darn closely. So, you know, identify your high time frame points of support and resistance, extend the lines right, and then just keep them there. And when price crosses them in a strong move, that's a sign that, you know, it might make the next one. We got a minute until services PMI. I want to watch NASDAQ, see what's going on there. If price breaks this area of resistance, I am buying for sure, because that is such a strong high that hasn't been broken in a long time. I would say, you know, the soonest I would think about taking a trade is buying around here, but that's a little bit too risky for me. You could also consider buying here. And even that's a little too risky. Now, if I see a huge move that comes all the way down in like, you know, just a matter of minutes, to one of my areas of support, I'll just automatically buy it if it does it really quickly. So many times those levels are tested from so far away, and they are like perfectly placed for a reversal with those giant spikes. I mean, golly, it's 6:46. I can't imagine why services PMI has like zero effect on the market right now. All right, I think I'm noticing that there's like no desktop audio. I do want some music. That's probably too loud. Have any thoughts on the music, do let me know. Is it too loud? Is it not good enough? Thank you Volkan Chelik. I have no idea how to pronounce that. I love you too. Yeah, it's really cool having people. Honestly, this is one of the best things about this channel is I don't talk to anybody about trading. You know, somebody asked earlier if I have a mentor. I don't have a mentor. I don't know anybody in the real world that trades. You've been enjoying the music, cool. Can you still hear the music? Is the music still happening? I hope it's still there. But yeah, I don't talk to anybody about trading. You know, nobody in my life knows anything about trading. So for me to have an opportunity to speak with you all about trading, you know, it's something that I've never had before. So I appreciate you being here. I love you all. It's at a nice level. Good. And the music is good. That's what matters. Music is golden. God, I've been talking so much and having fun, just realizing that like we're already into the New York Open, and nothing's happening. What? Are we waiting for? I don't know what we're waiting for. It's just a slow day, I guess. I mean, I guess we had a lot of the fun during the election. I'm gonna check up on gold. That might honestly be a good time to buy gold. Yeah, I would really consider, you know, if we find confirmation here, I would really consider buying gold. Okay, this line I'm getting rid of. But really, I mean, this has been such a strong move. we would have to see some sort of confirmation. But this would be a really good area to buy gold. 26.55. And then if it breaks 26.55, God, we're going for a ride to the downside. Yeah, it's funny. People talking about finding me on Reddit. I really enjoyed posting to Reddit, and I got a lot of like individual positive feedback from people on Reddit. But golly, I really got some hate on Reddit too, which it's like whatever. That's what Reddit's for. But man, I'm just trying to be a nice dude, just trying to talk about my trading in a trading community, and there are a lot of haters on Reddit. A lot. Alright, so I might be considering buying gold here. NASDAQ, I have no idea what's going on. Maybe I can look at S&P 500. Take a look at the ES. Yeah, the ES is in the middle of this horrible range. I really don't know what to think about the ES and the NASDAQ right now. My username on Reddit, I believe, is It Found Me Now What. But honestly, the only things I posted on Reddit were the videos that I've already posted on YouTube. So if you have seen the content on my channel, you have seen what I've posted on Reddit. Yeah, I mean, we already see gold taking this move to the upside. Again, this yellow line is one that I have no idea when I created it. It was before today. The fact that it tests that line exactly and just shoots to the upside, it's wild to me that there are these predictive moves. That's a lot of money right there. Sometimes I feel like I should be a swing trader, but not really, because every time I try swing trading, I just lose a ton of money. There's a part of me that wants to be in a trade for the sake of the stream to make it entertaining. But I also want to be smart. And there is nothing that is jumping out at me to take a trade right now. I don't know, is anybody else in any trades? We're seeing that bounce I was talking about, but he could easily come back down. Yes, I have considered copy trading. However, I've also considered compounding my losses. It would be too easy for me to blow multiple counts at a time. So no, I do not trade copy. Typically I work with one account, and once I'm done with the profit targets in one account, I move to the next one. Now, one thing I was thinking of earlier is I shouldn't be trading in this XFA because I didn't want to go lower than the 50% needed to take the payout. Someone short CL, stop is below a 4-hour Ichimoku cloud. Yeah, great job using the 4-hour. Minus 260 now with 5 micros. Minus 260 meaning you're in the profit 260, or you are not in the profit 260. Yeah, I've never been able to really scalp. Scalping scares me. Plus, you know, I want to trade. I want to be in for. You know, I wish I could be in for days, but Topstep won't let me. Okay, I see what you're saying. Minus 260. Yeah, well, you know, knock on wood. Here's to hoping the trade goes in your direction. Yeah, it's a tough spot for crude oil right now. I certainly do have it testing that trend line from God knows how long ago. That's a trend line that's been set up since. It must have been moved at some point, but looks like it's trying to go back to July. In fact, maybe I'll move it now. No, I'll keep it there. It was just tested. Waiting for New York Open. Oh, maybe that's why. Huh. Okay. So if you're saying you're waiting for New York Open, that must mean we recently had a daylight savings time. Did we just have a daylight savings time? Because there is no daylight savings time, or at least people don't really talk about daylight savings time where I am. So I was thinking the New York Open was at 8:30 in the morning. Or, I mean, not like my 8:30 p.m. Okay, cool. Yeah. All right, totally forgot about that. Okay. Nice. Cool. So I have the New York Open to look forward to. Man, that is some huge movement from gold pre-market. How much risk is that? That's a few $100. Oh, I want to buy this gold. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna buy this gold.
Order filled.
Not a good entry. Horrible entry. Horrible entry. God, that's a pretty large area of profit. Should just get out. I should just get out. Horrible entry. Yeah, I'm gonna hopefully get out with a tiny smidge of profit, call it a scalp. And if I don't get out of this trade, I'm buying again where I should have bought in, where I should have waited. I should have been patient. In fact, what I'm going to do, because this is a combine, if we reach here, and I'll just set it up right now. If we reach this area, I'm going to put in for 3 contracts. And I'll put my stop somewhere closer to here. I don't mind risking that much in the combine. And
Order filled.
Yay, okay. So I made my $10. Oh shit, I didn't even realize. Oh my god, that's an XFA. That is not what I want to be doing, but it's okay. I made the $10 anyways. Oh, that means I need to take off those. Whew. Okay. Yeah, good times. I'm glad that didn't get screwed up. All right, so in an effort for waiting for the right trade, let's buy 3 contracts right there. And let's see if patience wins. Usually I am not as patient. I do have some FOMO. Paula is asking about Topstep being like TradingView. They are essentially the same thing in the sense that Topstep actually licenses TradingView, and essentially they make it their own. The biggest difference between TradingView and Topstep X is, I mean, there's actually a few key differences. The biggest difference that most will notice with Topstep X is you don't get custom indicators. You know, you just get the base indicators, and hopefully that's good enough for you. The other thing is you have some other really interesting Topstep options where, and I don't think that they have this in TradingView, where you can lock yourself out of an account if you reach 1 with a click of a button. 2, if you reach your profit target or your own personal, not what Topstep sets, but what you set, your own personal daily loss limit. You can do that right here. In fact, while I'm in the combine, I should do this now. I'm going to make my personal daily profit target 4,000. Oh, you guys can't see it. I don't know how to change where the camera is. Maybe I can do that. Yeah. Yeah. Editor. Okay, I'm gonna move this for a second, then I'll move it back. I am going to change this personal daily profit target, $4,560, and the action will be to liquidate and block. And that way, once I hit my profit target, it closes me out. I don't have to worry about much. All right, so those settings are saved. We'll get back to the trading. I'll move this back over here. Oh, we're really close to getting filled. We're really, really close to getting filled. Come on, price.
Order filled.
All right. So we just got filled. That is a strong bearish move. Oh man, I just can't. Yeah, I mean, at some point I'm just gonna have to say, do I want to risk 1,700? I guess so. Or do I just want to get out? I might just want to get out of this. Yeah, I'm not too thrilled with this trade. I mean, it's honestly, it's not the worst trade in the world.
Order filled. Order filled.
I'm playing scared. That's really what it is. I'm playing scared. Like, yeah, I made $100, but in the grand scheme of things, you know, $100 is kind of nothing compared to the trades that I'm used to at this point. You know, with a move that big, like that's a big move. It is not unreasonable to think that this would be a point of reversal. God, if I stayed in that trade for 3 contracts, you know, I would already be up, you know, several hundred if I decided to stay in it. Oh, I made the trade for a reason. I need to trust myself. I need to be patient. You know, I can always maybe get into it again, wait for more confirmation. But yeah, it's certainly not a bad trade. It is coming back down. I do want to see what's going to happen. Maybe I'll get it for one measly contract. Yeah.
Order filled.
Mitigate my risk, only risking 800. Set my profit target at 29,622. All right, so we are in gold right now. One thing I'm looking forward to in the near future is feeling a little bit more comfortable with the stream to the point where I can be a little bit more creative. I can do some more things. And I can make the viewing experience a little bit more enjoyable. I'm really upset by this subscriber thing. I thought it would show more subscribers. Maybe that's something I can fix while I'm here. All right, I'm gonna remove this, and I'm gonna, anybody know how to use, what is this called, Streamlabs? Anybody familiar with Streamlabs? Add a group, add a source, event list. Add source. Done. Okay, so I just added this thing. I don't know why it doesn't update. Alright, those are subscribers. You guys see the subscribers. I'll get that fixed. I'm going to take that off for now. Goodbye, event list. Alright, so the cool thing is we are up close to, it's moving quick, up 200 in the trade right now. Kind of wishing I was still in for 3 contracts, but that is neither here nor there. You know, it's solid profit. And it's going in the direction that I was hoping for. And I'm gonna move to break even. I'm not trying to lose 1,700 on this trade. One thing that I've been thinking about a lot is closing trades in profit early before they hit the profit target. And at first it seems like that's not a good idea. Just wait for the profit to hit your profit target. But the honest statistic is that when you close your trades in profit before they hit their profit target, 100% of the time you will make profit. You know, I know that sounds basic and, you know, kind of stupid, but the truth is 100% of the time it will close in profit. There's trailing stops? Oh, I honestly didn't know. Years and years and years ago, I used to trade on Thinkorswim, and I used trailing stops on Thinkorswim. Yeah, I mean, I could use a trailing stop, but honestly, I like to more actively manage my stop rather than just leaving it on a trailing stop. Yeah, hoping for the best here. Man, really wishing that I kept those 3 contracts on the order tab. So if I right click, change color order to trailing on the order tab. Order here. And change that. Order action? No. Order type? Change order type to trailing. Okay, order type. How do you change it? Yeah, I know what you mean. No, I totally know what you mean. But I don't know, a win's a win. You know, there's positives and negatives to everything. And it's one of those things I wrestle with. Like right now, it's not a ton of money, but it's a substantial amount of profit for a lot of people in one trade. Right now in this gold trade, we're up 850. If I close out in this trade right now, that's over 1,000 for the day. Like that's a great day, you know, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, I'm really thinking about closing this trade out. Take the 1,000 and run. Yeah, I mean, I would assume we've got, oh, you guys can't see. Yeah, you can't see because of the stream. I'm actually messing around with the order tab. I see order type. I can click it and there's like an orange box around the type, but there's no like option to change it, if that makes sense. But it's okay. Like I typically just move it with my fingers. I get my hands dirty. oof, yeah. I gotta trust myself. I gotta be patient. If I was in 3 contracts, I'm up almost 3,000 right now, not just 1,000. And look, if I'm being honest, one thing that I need to think about is New York Open is in 15 minutes and everything could change. We could make a huge run to the downside, which is actually why I am going to close out.
Order
now.
filled.
Closing out. Finish with that gold trade. We are up on the day $1,151. Definitely could have stayed in there longer. Definitely could have stayed in that contract or stayed in that trade where the exact same trade essentially with 3 contracts would have made 3 times as much, would have been that much closer to passing this combine. But I can't be angry. $1,000 is great to make in a day. And between this account and this account, I'm looking at a $3,000 day. And this is an XFA, real profits. And between this mistake I made, got $6 in this account today. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Anybody take that gold trade? Anybody thought I was crazy for taking that gold trade? We got 13 minutes until New York Open. Nice. Yeah, hopefully you guys are making some profits today. Yeah, one thing that I feel like I should look at more often is volume profiles and VWAP. If I'm being honest, I would love to be able to read and understand how to use a delta footprint chart. Topstep X does not offer a delta footprint chart. However, I don't know, it just seems like such a great insight into understanding the market if you understand how it all works. I tried learning. It pretty much all just stayed gibberish to me. And, I couldn't tell you what the numbers mean and what situations. It was a bit too confusing for me. I could take the time to learn, but I use Topstep X. There is no delta footprint, so there's no real point until Topstep X ends up getting it. Yeah, not crazy, a little aggressive. I am definitely 100% an aggressive trader, for sure. It's one of the reasons why I love trading NASDAQ, because it is such an aggressive market. A lot of traders say, find the market, find the strategy that suits your personality. Aggressive trading and trading in the NASDAQ 100% suits my personality. But like Dow over NQ. Yeah, I haven't traded much Dow. I'm not opposed to it by any means. It's just not one that I've really focused on. Yeah, I do like gold. And as a, until recently, gold has been so bullish. So bullish. It was just like every day was another bull run. And it was really hard to go wrong with gold. Down moves like NQ, but it's a smaller size. Notional, so better for smaller. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. And it's honestly like I will pick the instruments that I make winning trades in. Somebody asked me earlier about the S&P 500, the ES. The ES has kicked my ass. I have lost so much money in the ES. So it's why I stay away from it sometimes. Yeah, I agree. Do trade the MNQ if the NQ is too big for you. However, honestly though, the Dow is like a happy medium, because then you have to think about contract size. If I want, half of a mini contract, I have to trade 5 micros, or trade something similar with 1 Dow. Yeah, I try to tell myself that before I trade. Don't pick bottoms, don't pick tops. But I do like a good reversal. Yeah, I want to see what happens with gold at the open. Let's take a look at crude oil again. God, you guys remember that trade I made to start the day? Minus 1,200. Oh my God, look. I got out of that trade too. I bought right here. If you guys don't remember, I started with buying crude oil here and quickly got stopped out. I bought again here and I put my profit target right around here, I think, maybe up here. And of course I wasn't feeling it, and I said, no, I gotta get out, and I left with 100. Whew, that would have been a good trade if I stayed in. I'm just trying to impress you all too much. Scared to make the wrong move. Oh, man, that was the right move. Fear of missing out. I only get the fear of missing out when I was in the trade to begin with. Only when I stop early. If I miss it completely, there's no fear. I just missed it. The timing was off. But when I am in the trade and then I get out because I'm scared, essentially that's what it is, I'm plain scared. And then exactly what I think is going to happen, not I think, but what I hope is going to happen, happens, that's when I get the FOMO. Also, actually, this is something to consider. This is a sell setup for crude oil, absolutely. Is it the best sell setup in the world? No, absolutely not. One, don't go making any decisions on crude oil right now because we have crude oil inventories in 5 minutes. So I would say don't enter into a crude trade right now. 2, this cloud is ascending. Like I said, price a lot of time tends to follow the cloud. You know, if I'm looking to sell crude oil, I'm either waiting for confirmation around here, or I'm selling here, or I'm selling here. I'd sell at 7203 or 7150-ish, 7140s, 7150s. But I don't know, we might see this line continue to act as resistance. Who knows? But the moral of the story is I was in that trade and I was scared and I missed out on some very real profits. All right. Let's look at gold. Price is coming back down. All right, so happy I got out when I did. But do I buy again? I don't know. I honestly don't want to enter a trade 5 minutes before the New York Open. I want to see what happens. Yeah. If we move down to here, if gold moves down to 2654 after the open, I am 100% buying here. That is just such a huge move. We've got to see some sort of reversal at some point. And I'll keep my stop pretty thin, pretty tight, I should say. Look at the weekly 2620. Yeah. I see what you're talking about down here. You know what? I'm kind of surprised by the gold prices, to be honest. I'm surprised because, you know, gold's always talked about as that safe haven currency where, you know, with how contentious the U.S. election has been, and with the results, I really would have thought that gold would reach new highs. But we have had the opposite effect, apparently. Patience. Oh, I want to buy a gold contract right now. But I'm not going to, because it's not the right thing to do. And I don't want to risk losing my profits that I've made in this combine so far. Another thing I should mention is there have been a lot of times where I trade after the New York Open and it kicks my ass. I do a lot of my trading pre-market during the Asia sessions, London sessions, pre-market for the New York session. I will trade literally any time of day. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. I got another screen that I'm not showing right now that is watching the NASDAQ. We are 1 minute away. and I think we are here at the New York Open. NASDAQ seems to be kind of staying in a range right now. Gold is pushing lower. How much lower? Let's find out. NASDAQ looking a bit schizophrenic. But not really going anywhere. It's up, it's down, it's up, it's down. Now gold is just going down for the time being. We also have those crude oil inventories in 15 minutes, I guess. Yeah, crude oil is just kind of staying at that same spot that it was at before. Probably won't move much until the inventories comes out. Take a look at NASDAQ. Boom, all over the place. I wouldn't be surprised if we broke highs on the NASDAQ. Also wouldn't be surprised if the election was already priced in and then we go turn back to the downside. Yeah, but everything about this election has been a bull run for the NASDAQ and the ES, I assume. Long for 800. Yeah, we've got, I mean, it was only tested once. This area. Where were we? We're at 85.50, 785.50. Yeah, so I don't see much testing of that area. Maybe, no, it's too low. Maybe here, no, it's too high. Yeah, I don't really know what to think about this level right here. Oh, okay, we're breaking into highs. So if I'm buying NASDAQ, I probably don't want to buy NASDAQ unless I'm right here. Somewhere around these 25.95 range. 2,600. Not 2,600, but 20 and then 600. Crude oil pushing higher. Let's take a look at that gold. I'm gonna change something from the camera angle real quick. Editor. Yeah, it's a little bit better. And let's go back to NASDAQ. Spreads are horrible too. Limit orders for sure. Yeah, I mean, you know, spreads are horrible, but it's like I'm not scalping. You know, I'm looking for big movements. So spreads don't worry me too much as long as I'm on the right side of the movement. Positions. Yeah, I mean, this is, we still might see a sell opportunity for crude oil. But I'm gonna wait for inventories to come in. Oh wait, they've already come in. I thought that was later. Okay. Have they? No, I keep forgetting daylight savings time. Is it 9:30 Central? No. It's 8:30 Central right now because of daylight savings time. Whew. Okay. I'll remember that. Okay, so we have an hour until crude oil inventories. God, I got that all sorts of wrong. NASDAQ making new highs. You know what? Just for the fun of it, I'm gonna enter 1 micro of the
Order
NASDAQ.
filled. Order filled.
Let's see where that goes. And I will. God, I don't want to risk that much. I don't even want to risk that much. That's not risking enough, but I don't even want to risk that much. Yeah, this might be a profitable trade, but it's honestly not worth it for me. I'm just going to close.
Order filled.
Like, it could very well be profitable, but the fact that I'm risking like anywhere between $200 to $400 in a micro just to see where it goes, that's not worth it to me. That's not a good trade for me. Off of micros. Let's see what's happening in gold. Yeah, I mean, on the hourly chart, each bar is seeing lower lows. However, you know, does this 2660 area become support? Am I gonna miss my buy entirely? Possibly. Got an early 20,800 exit. You must be talking about NASDAQ. Cool, yeah. Are you in the micros or the minis? Paula Evenis. I mean, hell, if you are at an 800 exit, you have either hit your profit target or you are darn close to hitting your profit target. Yeah, here's the NASDAQ for you. And micro. 50K. 50K a combine? Okay, that's cool. Yeah, micro is actually slightly different from the NQ. They are not identical, so don't expect what happens in the NQ to happen to the micro exactly to a T. They are slightly different, but they are very close. Cool, congratulations. Glad to see some profitable trades. Want to share the wealth? Crude oil, 4-hour Ichimoku. Let's take a look. Yeah. I mean, personally, this isn't much of a long situation for me. In Ichimoku, if anything, this is more of a sell situation. For me, personally. I don't know. It's honestly about 50-50. One is reasons for long. One, we are above the cloud. Conventional, traditional Ichimoku strategy tells you if price is above the cloud, you are in a bull trend. If price is below the cloud, you are in a bear trend. So that's one reason to think long. Another one is, for me personally, price has very clearly broken this red trend line to the upside, which would indicate that we are in a bullish trend. So yeah, longs might be in play. Reasons for selling, reasons for short. One, we have clearly been in a downtrend. Now this is 4 hours. 4 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 4, 24. So for the past day, essentially, we have been in a very clear bear trend. We've been going to the downside. I mean, that is one of the biggest reasons. Two is that as far as I'm concerned with my entries, you know, if I'm looking at this chart for places to enter, I want to enter here. I want to enter here. You know, this is, to me, this is not the idea of buying low and selling high. You know, it doesn't mean that I'm right. You know, it could very well be wrong. We might take a huge rip to the upside. And that's another reason to buy is, yeah, I said in the last 6 hours or last 24 hours, we've been in a downtrend. Well, goddamn, since the past week, we've been in mostly an uptrend. But, you know, if we zoom out, if we take a look at the bigger picture, we are getting dangerously close to support of this range that has existed for quite some time.
Goes back to early September. So yeah, I'd say there's reasons for buying. I'd say there's reasons for selling. And because of that, I think I would probably just stay away, personally, for me. All right, let's get back to the 1 hour. This 4 hour freaks me out. Another reason I don't go to the 4 hour or above the 1 hour is because the amount of risk that I have to leave on my stop losses is just far, far, far too much. And it's also like watching paint dry. Adrian Labady, I don't think I'm saying that right. What's up? How you doing? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Happy to be here in my first stream. You know, the day has come where I have a stream and I have 17 viewers, and I'm so happy that you and everyone else here is part of those 17 viewers. So thank you to the first 17 to ever watch. I'm also doing good because it is a great day in Topstep X. This account is a combine that I started in this stream, up over $1,000 today. That's great to see. I have an XFA that just took payout in, payout processed. Happy, took out half of it. Took out 5,400 minus 10%. Made a $6 trade by accident. That was cool. And in my other XFA, made 2,000 today during the election. So it's a good day. You are welcome for the explanation. Volcans, Chelik. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I'm gonna say so many names wrong. Look, the other thing is, I know this sounds silly. I don't know how to say this on any other way. Like, I feel weird saying this, but I feel like it's the truth. Like, I would say don't trust me. You know, I am not an authority on this subject. I know what I'm doing, but I don't know what I'm doing. You know, I have my reasons for doing things, and my reasons for doing things has worked for me. You know, the best I can do is kind of describe to you all how I would do things. It doesn't mean I'm right. It doesn't mean I know what I'm talking about. You know, I'm not one of these people that is going to act like I'm an expert. I'm not an expert by any means. But I'm always going to be happy to share with you my thought process and, you know, just what are my thoughts on current market situations and trades that I'm making. I watched a few videos. I have to admit your strat is a little obscure to me, but the results are undeniable. I'll check your stream regularly. I appreciate it, man. I really do. And I totally agree with you. This strategy is a little obscure to me too. You know, one of the weirdest and worst things about my strategy is my risk management. My risk management is absolutely, positively atrocious. With that said, I have been able to outlast so many you know, spikes and dips, and stay in a trade that ends up becoming profitable because of my strategy, and the profits are undeniable. Like, my life has changed. Truly, my life has changed since becoming profitable on Topstep. So, you know, I appreciate hearing that. I will never forget my early subscribers and supporters. And that is U19. I didn't make y'all money. You made your own money. I'm not telling anybody to do nothing. All I'm saying is what I would do. You know, if that helps you in your quest towards making money, go for it. You know, that's great. Man, look at this trade. This is a trade that I was in that I exited super, super early because I was scared. Look at that bull run. We bought right here. We bought right there at like the best possible entry point. And for some reason I got scared. Whew. FOMO. That's when I get the FOMO. Yeah, that's about how I feel right now. But I'm happy. I'm looking at profits. And if I'm being honest, do you pretty much trade the 1 hour charts? Yeah, I do. So when I got my trading set up, I bought this ultra wide monitor and I have this second vertical monitor. And you know, I was looking at all these different charts, different instruments, different time frames, and I still kind of want to, you know, look at all these different time frames. But now, and especially with the YouTube channel and making content and streaming now, rather than looking at different time frames, you know, I'm looking at a streaming studio, and I'm looking at a chat, and you know, 2 different instances of Topstep, 2 different instruments. So I can't really keep an eye on everything anymore. With that said, if I have to choose one time frame, it's going to be the 1 hour. It seems to be the most true to the cloud, the most fitting to my personality. You know, it doesn't move so slow that I'll go insane. But, you know, things are slow enough where it's easily recognizable. Let's move over to gold, see what's happening in gold. Yeah, we'll see if that buy order gets filled at any point in time. How long have I been trading so far in my journey? I kind of explained this earlier, and I don't mind explaining again. That's totally fine. But I will make a long story short. I started out maybe 10-15 years ago, did well for a few days, and then blew up an account. I got scared and I stopped trading for a long time, maybe 10 years. About a year ago, I started getting back into trading, doing some research, practicing some sim accounts, and caught wind of Topstep. And joined Topstep about a year ago. And as soon as I got Topstep, it was like, okay, I'm trading every day. And that was a little less than a year ago. Yeah, happy to be here. Happy to have you. Cami Gold. But to continue this story, around a year ago, a little less than a year ago, I started trading with Topstep, and it wasn't great at first. I started out with a 50K account, and I passed the combine. I took it to an XFA. Took a very small profit out. I think I took out like 1,500, and then blew up the account pretty much right after that. Might be double bottom. After that 50K, I moved towards 150K, and then somebody asked, you know, what was that kind of turning point in being profitable? And for me, it was patience. I really, really, really have to wait for the perfect entries, for the right entries. To make money and to mitigate risk. That's the biggest point, is I gotta wait for the right entries, right setups to mitigate risk. Another chart that I do like, and I've said this before on different posts, I don't understand the math behind it. I really like these 5,000 tick charts. No, I want to see what that crude oil looks like in that 5,000 tick chart. Yeah, look. I don't, like I said, I don't understand the math in 5,000 tick charts, but they seem to work out well. So maybe 5,000 tick charts are something to consider for some people. All right, let me go back to the 1 hour, see what's happening at the 1 hour. Yeah, I wouldn't mind selling gold. Honestly, if I was doing anything right now, I'd be selling gold. But I would be a little bit worried with this ascending cloud. I would probably like to see this more of a descending cloud for me to feel really confident about a trade there. But it's still not a bad idea to trade. And again, I've been saying the wrong times because I've been forgetting about everybody's daylight saving time. We have crude oil inventories in, I think that's 30 minutes now. 30 minutes now. I thought it was 30 minutes ago. I was wrong. I think it's 30 minutes from now. So do keep that in mind. Next time I do this stream, I'm gonna have like a be right back screen because I gotta use the restroom. I'm gonna step away for a few minutes. I don't know, maybe I'll turn the music up for a little bit. I'm not gonna be more than just a few minutes. I gotta use the restroom. I will be right back. Wish me luck. Still got 17 of you here. Thank you, 17 people that are here. I appreciate it. Y'all were here for the first stream ever. If any of you 17 haven't subscribed, if you could, that would mean a lot to me. If you have, thank you. Y'all are awesome. I would like to hear from you, though, if you're around, if you're listening. I want to hear, where are you guys from? Where are you guys living at? Where are you guys trading? Done? Finished? Done trading? Did you end the day in the green? Two-tone 83. Two-tone 83, do you listen to ska music by any chance? North Carolina, Atlanta, hell yeah. Dirty South. For what it's worth, in that oil trade that I got out of early, the one we entered at that perfect location right here, Texas, man, everyone's from the South. Good to see you all. Canada, oh Canada, I don't know if you can see it, I have a oh Canada tattoo right there. Oh Canada. Sweden, hell yeah. Streamers, scalpers, love my patience. I appreciate it, even though I feel like I hate my patience at times. So yeah, that's a great thing to hear. More Texas. Oliver's saying Texas. Oliver's been there. Oliver might even be my first subscriber other than myself. Shout out to Oliver. Glad it's helping you out. B plus K. Is that BK? France. That is so cool. Happy to have somebody watching from France. Bonjour. I feel like the only word I know in French is beef, which is beef. Thank you, right? Comments say, "Well, how many tattoos do I have?" I have no idea, not a clue. I started getting tattoos when I was 18, so that was about 20 years ago, and I just kept going, and a lot. They're everywhere. Feet, legs, stomach, arms. The one place I don't have any tattoos is my back. And hopefully I will save my back for one large piece one day. Maybe that I can pay for with Topstep payouts. I gotta say, I really appreciate all the positivity and all the engagement from the people in this chat. You know, it's a rare thing to see, especially on the internet. So I am really happy with that. So thank you all. And my face. feel like showing your face is a big part of streaming. I didn't know if I was going to do it at first. And I left it out of a lot of videos just because I was too lazy. But I'll definitely be showing myself in stream. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for, Adrian. You know, and honestly, even if we got 20 people in here, even if it's the same 20 people, you know, for however long I decide to do this, I'd be happy with that too. I was explaining earlier that, you know, I don't have anybody in my life where I get to talk about trading. I've never had any mentors. I don't know anybody that trades. You know, this is just a journey that has been honestly completely solo for me. So this is the first time that I really get to communicate with anyone, you know, almost face to face. So yeah, I'm really enjoying this. I really appreciate it. And I'm really happy that Avita Rose Trades will be here. Thank you, Avita. Yeah, I appreciate that, Paula. You know, y'all are a good vibe to trade with too. Man, I'm really happy that we got out of that first loss today. Now we're sitting in the green. You know, it's one reason that, you know, I'm a bit reluctant to take another trade. What's happening with gold? I don't know. Let's take a look. Yeah, we might be finding support right here. It wouldn't surprise me at all. If I don't get this order filled in, I would be totally fine with that. Do I draw support from previous flat areas of the cloud? I don't base it off of where the cloud is. However, I would say it just so happens that price, and I'm sure it's because of the mathematics of it, price tends to create a cloud where the top and bottom of the cloud matches with support and resistance. So explain the cloud. I am not a expert on this by any means. However, my understanding of the cloud is that it's essentially two moving averages that are shifted in time. You know, you can see if, you know, we have price here, but we have the cloud shifted, I believe it's 26 periods or 26 bars to the right. I could be wrong about the numbers there. But it's essentially moving averages that have shifted and that have created a cloud in between it. You know, like I said, I'm not an expert. However, I do intend on making a very detailed and thorough video about the Ichimoku cloud once I can really sit down and make sure that I can explain all the mathematics behind it in a clear way. However, you know, the biggest thing for me with the cloud has honestly just been pattern recognition. And that's recognizing that the cloud gets tested. You know, I don't care what your strategy is, what you're using, what you're looking at, especially on higher time frames.
the cloud will be tested, and it will act like a really, really nice point of support or resistance. Right here, where the cloud is tested here, I mean, this would have been just a beautiful sell entry. And you know, once after back testing and you know, looking at the history of price interacting with the cloud, you know, you just start to notice, like, holy cow, that thing is just tested all the time. You know, right here, it's not perfect, it's not exact, but it's pretty darn close. That could have been a sell entry. They don't always work out, as we had a downward movement here. Going back, you know, right here, that would be a great buy entry. So yeah, for me, you know, the cloud has just been a tool of pattern recognition. But again, the cloud is a time-shifted combination of two separate moving averages. And those moving averages are calculated in price throughout the entirety of trading periods. So it's not just the New York Open. It's not been, you know, it's not just a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It's, I believe, might be 5 business days. Yeah, I think it's 5 days, but it goes in a 24-hour spectrum and calculates a moving average. How long have I been using this strategy? For a while, I was, you know, it was one of the indicators that I was really drawn to for whatever reason when I first started trading. And then, you know, I was trying to pair the Ichimoku cloud with different indicators, whether that was like an RSI or some other kind of histogram or stochastic. And you know, it just got to a point where I realized I was entering trades without using anything other than the cloud, and I just told myself, why do I use or keep other indicators on when I don't really use them to confirm an entry? So it's been a while. It's been the majority of my trading. Do I have statistics? I really don't have super long-term statistics. You know, essentially what I have is the Topstep payouts that are sitting in my bank account. You know, I can take a look at my statistics from Topstep, but you know, they're only accounts. Some of my accounts I'll blow up. This combine I just started today, so you know, the statistics wouldn't be that great. You know, this XFA is only a few days old. This XFA is a week old. So unfortunately, I don't have all the statistics in the world. How's the cloud different from Bollinger Bands? One, I don't know Bollinger Bands all that well, so I couldn't really tell you what the difference is. With that said, are Bollinger Bands shifted in time? You know, I just think that might be one thing that might be different from Bollinger Bands. And then, what are the time periods on Bollinger Bands?
I would assume that, and I don't think Bollinger Bands have any sort of crossover, which is why we see, this green cloud turn into a red cloud, because there's a crossover of those said moving averages. Do I draw support from previous flat areas of the cloud? I thought, didn't somebody already just ask this? Yeah, didn't you already just ask this? Not really, no. However, I draw it from price, and price tends to match up a lot of the time with those flat areas of the cloud. All right, gold's slowing down. No worries, bud. Happy to have you here, Logan. I wouldn't be selling crude oil just yet, although it's not a bad point of resistance. There's still we've got more area to move, I think, if this upward trend keeps going. Now, can NASDAQ reach new highs? It's pushing. I shouldn't keep it on that XFA. I don't want to use that XFA. I want to use this combine we started today, up over 1,000. I'm going to just take away this buy order. So an update for you guys considering streaming schedule, because I do want to be streaming regularly. So my intended schedule for streaming, at least to start, is going to be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So today is Wednesday. I do not plan on streaming tomorrow. And honestly, I think I'm done trading on Fridays. I have had some real bad trades, blowing up some real serious accounts on Fridays. So I think I'm just going to stop trading altogether on Fridays. And Thursdays will be a day off from streaming. I did want to get this stream in though, because one, it's been so long since I have been active on the channel, and I just wanted to get it started. I didn't want to wait anymore. I just wanted to, jump in feet first and see what the stream is like. And then hopefully I can keep improving the quality and the content as we continue. I already feel like I'm more comfortable streaming just after today. So I'll be ready, I'll be prepared, and we'll get started with a real week ahead on Monday, and we'll do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah, Fridays have sucked for me too. It doesn't mean that every Friday has been a loser. But man, they have taken me out and ripped to the other direction, and I don't know, for some reason on Fridays it doesn't seem like there's any clear and distinct trend. Yeah, so asking about risk management, it's definitely more about feeling, depending on the situation. However, it's not so much gut feeling as it is trying to identify recent areas of support and resistance and putting my stop there. Like, here's NASDAQ. Now, as much as I want to buy into this NASDAQ trade, I'm not going to, because my risk would be so large. I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving a stop anywhere above this candle here. Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong screen. Okay, so if we're taking a look at this, I would love to go long. You know, I want to be a part of this trend. Yeah, we're at a point of support, but still, just me loving trading, I would love to go long. However, I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving a stop anywhere above this candle, this wick right here. So I would probably leave my stop there. That's just way too much risk. You know, that would blow the account if there was a move to the downside. And honestly, if I'm being real honest, I would love to leave my stop somewhere below here. So my stops are typically based on support and resistance. You know, if you are buying, typically you want to leave your stop somewhere beneath the cloud. And if you're selling, you would want to leave your stop somewhere above the cloud. That's ideal. And then, you know, sometimes it's just like, if I enter a trade in a bad position, you know, maybe I'll just place my stop based on profit and loss. Maybe I don't want to risk more than $1,000 on the day because I've only made $1,000, and I don't want to get the day in the red. So yeah, a little bit based on feeling, a little bit more based on support and resistance. Could it be improved? Yeah, I think it could be improved. But, and I've said this before, my biggest way of improving my risk and mitigating risk is for waiting for the best entries. Because I think using a 1 hour chart and relying on support and resistance of price, it is just, it's inevitable that I'm gonna have, you know, risking a lot on my trades. You know, especially with instruments like the NASDAQ, it just moves so much. You can see in the last 2 hours, we've gone down 150 points and up 150 points. And it's like, if you don't have a stop that's at least 150 points away from your entry point, it's like the odds of you getting stopped out are quite large. If you watch some of my videos on passing the combines, you can see some of the trades I made where my stops were so far away and they got really close to getting stopped out, but they didn't, because they respected the support or resistance in that time frame. And the other thing about my aggressive strategy is, like, I really do trade these combines as if they only cost $150K, or I'm sorry, $150, not $150K. So I will be very aggressive. I will risk a lot to try and pass these combines early. But today, being the first day, wanting to leave an impression, I don't don't want to lose many trades. I would like to have a positive day. And if that means waiting out and not taking any more trades today, that might be the case. Something that I did say in my most recent video, the one where I had that $10,000 trade, and I know this is a stupid idea. Trust me, I know this is a stupid idea, but I still want to do it. I really want to speed run a combine. I want to see how fast I can pass a combine in matters of minutes and seconds. I think that would be really fun. And if I'm speed running a combine, it would make sense that I'm trading 15 contracts at a time with 150K. So, you know, that could lose money really quickly, and it could also be really fun. Why do you put a 3K limit on your account? Usually Topstep traders are going to have a minimum balance of 4,500 and make withdrawals above the price. Yeah. I mean, I don't have a fixed limit, honestly, on my accounts. My strategy has just been get to 6K, withdraw half, get back to 6K. Because one, you know, for me and my strategy, getting to 6K is not that hard. Or I would say not that unreasonable. You know, it's very doable. I am not interested in growing my account to something huge. I want to take out profits. I want the money. And maybe that's a little selfish, or maybe that's not, you know, maybe that's just not the best way to look at it. But for me, it's like, I know I could blow that account up the next day. I know I could never see any of that money ever again. So I want to take out money as quick as I can. And for me to get from 3K back to 6K, again, is very doable. 3K leaves me with enough where I can risk a fair amount in my trades. And it's also enough where you know, if I withdraw $3,000 once a week or once every 2 weeks, you know, that's good money. You know, if it's once a week, it's 12 grand a month. That's good money. You know, even if it's twice a month, that is 6 grand a month. Oh, I am going to. Does anybody hear music in my microphone? Like another music? There's very loud music out my door, and I can stop it if I need to, but if nobody can hear it, then I'm not going to worry about it. I feel like now that I'm not saying anything, it's probably easier to hear. All right, give me 1 second. I gotta tell someone to turn music down. I'll be right back. Okay, cool. Should be a little bit better now. Probably should have let it go, but oh well. So yeah, that is why, you know, that's why I go to 6K, withdraw half, go to 3K, and
to kind of explain that strategy here. Oh, I keep using the wrong window. Here, here's my main XFA. You see the balance is $5,460. That is because of the $10,000 trade that I made earlier in the week. After that, I had 4 winning days of 200. That's all I focused on. And after reaching that payout threshold, I took out half. It was just processed today. So I should have an extra $5,400 in my bank account within the next, who knows, within the next few days. With this account, I am not even going to try and get any big wins. I'm already at 5,400. If I get 5 days of $200 or more, it'll put me at 6,400, and then I will take out half, so a little bit over $3,000. So essentially in 2 weeks, that will be $8,000. Even if I go back down to $3,000 after making a second payout, and I then blow up the account, that's fine, because I spent $300 to make $8,000, and I can use some of that $8,000 to get to another XFA. And that's kind of what I've been doing, where, you know, one of my accounts, I had 21 winning days in a row. I brought the account to maybe 17,000, I think. I took out somewhere close to 12,000 of this account. And then one day, you know, I traded really stupidly, my psychology was off, and I blew it up. And I was okay with that. You know, I took out so much money for spending $300, and then I just started buying new combines. And you know, with these new combines, I will pass some of them, and I will get to a point where I'm taking out more payouts. So that's kind of my strategy with payouts, is just like take out as much money as I can quickly. But it really, one, it requires 150K accounts. Wouldn't be possible with 50K accounts. And two, for me to make the amount of money that I have been making, it requires me to be fairly aggressive. So I hope that helps your understanding. Yeah, I understand copy trading is all about base hits. I'm more of a power threat at the bat. I like to go for the big home runs, the grand slams, the doubles, the triples. Yeah, like if we're considering this combine, if we've made $1,000 today, what is this to you in a baseball analogy? To me, $1,000 in the day is a double, maybe a triple. Certainly not a home run. I think it's a little bit better than a base hit. Is it a double? Alright, NQ kind of respecting this level of resistance. Why is it not possible with 50K accounts? One, because my risk isn't wide enough on a single trade. That $10,000 trade that I had, one of my very first trades on the 150K XFA,
before it was up $10,000, I was down $3,000 in that trade. Not possible in a 50K account. That would have closed and liquidated the account at a loss of, I think 3,000. So that's one reason, is that the max loss level is just not high enough. Two, starting out with a 50K account, you only get one contract in your XFA. Starting out with your 50K account in your XFA, you get 3 contracts. So, you know, that trade absolutely wouldn't have been possible for both those reasons. One, I would have been liquidated and the account canceled if I made that trade. And two is, with my profit target being reached on one account, you know, that's only 3,500. No, yeah, I mean, 33,000, 3,300. Do I ever use Topstep X levels? No. There's no real reason that I don't, other than I tried it once and it just looked like it cluttered my screen up way too much. Yeah, there's no like good reason why I don't. It just seemed to be a little too messy for my liking. But yeah, hold on. How do you find where to place the yellow lines? Yeah, again, it's just obvious points of support and resistance. Let's go ahead and try something that probably doesn't have those yellow lines. All right, let's look at S&P 500, see what we have there. Yes. Okay. So if I'm taking a look here, let's see. I mean, I can see the most obvious one is here. You know, you can see that level of support pretty obviously. So I just click that add button, make the yellow line, and kaboom, we have a level of support. Yeah, I would consider this area right here to be a decent level of support and resistance. We have it acting as support here, coming close here, pretty close to resistance here, again here, even here. So that would be another area. Yeah, this might be a fair point right here. So we have it acting as support here, breaking support but coming back down right here. Another time it's support here. And most recently, you know, pretty close to acting as support here. My line of work, I work in, we'll say, administrative consulting, and it does not affect my trading at all. My 9 to 5 is so completely different from my trading life that they are not, the work itself is not intertwined at all. However, the good thing is that I have an office and a desk where I have time to look at markets while I am supposed to be doing work. So, you know, that is the one good thing about my work that kind of gives me the space for trading. Not all the time, you know, there's a lot of times I got to focus on my work, but from time to time I can take a look at markets. with that said, for the past 2 months, I have made more money with Topstep than I have with my 9 to 5. So, God, it would be nice one day to just trade full time. When would I consider trading full time? Not at least for another year. And it doesn't matter how much I make. It would have to be another year or 2 years. The situation I'm in, where I enjoy my work, I enjoy the people I work with, and it's nice having the extra money. I couldn't imagine sitting at home all day just yet. Maybe it's around the corner. That would be nice. But one day. But for right now, having 2 incomes is much better for me than having one, and it's doable. It's nighttime right now. I have the luxury and the good fortune to be able to come home from work and then watch the New York Open at night. You said 50K counts give you 1 mini on XFA, but Volkan Chelik, incorrect. In an XFA, you are allotted a certain amount of contracts. It does not differentiate between micros and minis. So if you get one contract, you get 1 mini or 1 micro. That is up to you how you want to use that one contract. But there's no differentiation between micros and minis when it comes to scaling contracts. 50Ks give you 2 to start? Maybe. I don't know. It's been a while since I've used a 50K. And also, it still doesn't change. It still doesn't change the max loss level, which is honestly to me far more important than the amount of contracts. And also, with the 150K, once you get to 3,000 or like 3,500 or 4,000, you get 15 contracts. It's absurd. BK, B plus K, no Topstep allows micros to be equal exchange. Sure, maybe. That definitely was not the case several months ago. Maybe that has changed. Some of their plans and their rules do change over time. When I started trading with Topstep, there was a daily loss limit, and now there is no daily loss limit. So maybe that is something that changed, but I'm certain that when I started with XFAs, there was no differentiation between contracts. Okay, so that's cool. That's a nice little change. I typically don't trade micros unless I'm in a situation where I only need $10 or less to pass a combine or make the 200 daily target for an XFA. But that is good to know. God, 20 micros, but it's also like, if you're trading 20 micros, why trade 20 micros? Just trade 2 minis. But I guess you can scale in, scale out, be a lot more detailed. What things do I like to buy when I have a good amount of money, a nice car? So one, this trading setup. Like, I bought this entire trading setup. I like to DJ, so I have a pretty nice DJ controller that I bought. The camera for streaming. I bought this nice Sony camera. I also buy some furniture for the apartment. I'm not thinking about a car because I actually ride a motorcycle. So maybe I will be buying a new motorcycle in the future. I don't know. We will see. Cars are too expensive. And trips, vacations. I want to go on vacations. I just went on one. It was very nice. Had a great time. Did a few fancy things. Yeah, those are the kinds of things I like to buy. I hope next on the vacation list is Tokyo. I just graduated to work in sales, but have been making a bit from trading. I'm confused when to know. Move my cable. Confused when to know when or if I should quit my job if it's replacing my income. Yeah, I mean, only you can know that. But when you know, you know. Just don't do it too early and have some sort of like contingency, have some sort of savings. I imagine that responding to Volcan, I love that name, Volcan. I imagine that it really only applies to XFAs and not combines, because combines, you get to start with an absurd amount of contracts. Like the very first trade I can make in a 150K combine is 15 contracts. What state am I in? I am a resident of Pennsylvania. I moved around a lot when I was younger. Went to school in New York City. And then I moved to Asia. So I'm not in any state. I am in Asia. Tradeify is doing a giveaway right now. I've never even heard of Tradeify. What is Tradeify? Join their Discord and go to giveaway channel. Interesting. I've tried to use the Topstep Discord a few times. It's hard for me to get used to it because I've never really used Discord before. But I'm curious if I grow the channel enough one day, if it would be worth it to have like my own Discord server, Discord channel, and that way I could call out trades while I'm not in stream. I'd love to have a way where I could call out trades while not in stream. They're giving away straight to funded accounts. Skip the combine, that sounds kind of cool. I don't even know the rules of Tradeify. I've looked at other prop firms and I really seem to only like Topstep, but I will check out Tradeify at some point. Topstep I really like because of the price, because of their loss limit rules, and honestly, I have been, I've never had an issue, not once, with payouts from Topstep. They have been quick and they have been real. Yeah, I might want to buy ES, but this is probably a better area to buy ES. NQ back in its range, not doing much. Yeah, gold totally bouncing off that point of support right here. A little too conservative on that trade. Yeah, I also, for those of you that were here early, I bought 3 contracts around here. And then got out because I got too scared. And then bought in again for 1 contract, and that's where I've made some of this money. Yeah, the majority of this money was actually made selling this bar right here, this candle. I had just switched over to the gold, saw that it had broken through this area, didn't even really spend more than a second deciding that I wanted to sell and get a part of this move. And I did. I caught a decent part of it. Could have had more, but got out while I was ahead. Any suggestions on what I can do to make the quality of the stream better? Not having to do with trading, but what, like, I want to include bells and whistles and you just subscribed and all sorts of different things to this stream. Any suggestions on what I can do to make this more entertaining and keep y'all coming back? Just need to stick to the plan and not get FOMO and break my rules by entering randomly with heavy size, trying to make quick cash. Yeah, that kills me a lot. That kills me a lot. All good. Thank you, Oliver. Always appreciated. Dude's my day one. Oh, I left my water outside. I'm gonna go grab a water. I will be right back. 2 minutes. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. back. I'm in Southeast Asia. I tend to bounce around to different countries in Southeast Asia. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's something that I have in my settings that I can change with the links. But I'll take a look at that at some point. As far as going to Japan, that's really cool. I hope you have a great time. I have never been to Japan, and I would love to go to Japan. My only issue with Japan right now is it's really cold, and I live in an area that is very hot. So I don't have any clothes for Japan. I got to go during the summer. And plus I want to see some Japanese baseball. So I think I'm going to go next year during the baseball season. Oh, yeah, really wishing I stayed in that gold trade. Those 3 contracts would have been nice. Yeah, I mean, plenty of places in Asia. Thailand's awesome. I've spent a lot of time in Phuket. I really like Phuket. Bangkok, I love the city of Bangkok. It's one of the few cities that reminds me of New York City as far as the size and the infrastructure. Bangkok is really cool, and I really don't know why it has the reputation that it has. It's not as bad as people make it out to be. You know, it's not like The Hangover. It's much more tame. I traveled in Vietnam. Vietnam was pretty cool, but no futures trading in Vietnam. So do keep that in mind. Bali was nice. Bali was really cool for the natural aspects. I really enjoyed Bali. Yeah, you can definitely live in Thailand, live a much cheaper life, and, trade and kind of just live the dream. Thailand's awesome. I've never been to the Philippines. I would like to go. One of the reasons that I kind of avoided the Philippines was their previous government. They seem to be very strict and kind of chaotic. I think things have changed in the past few years. But I've been in Asia for the past 7 years, so things change. I'd say Thailand for favorite place. Kind of a toss-up between Phuket and Bangkok, but Phuket has changed a lot over the past 2 years. There's just so many more people, so many more tourists. It's becoming a bit grimier in Phuket. I think I'm starting to enjoy Bangkok a little bit more. I have had to travel for my job from time to time. Typically not living anywhere long term, but it's easy enough to find jobs in different countries that I could just pick up and leave and start somewhere else, and really wouldn't have too much of a problem finding a new job. And that's why Topstep has helped out so much, because I don't have a job that pays an exorbitant amount of money. I get paid well relative to what local nationals might make. But in the grand scheme of things, it's not that much, in comparison to American salaries, it's rather low. But cost of living is so low out here that I could live well just off of my job salary alone. But once I start making Topstep payouts, that's when I can really, really be comfortable. I don't speak other languages. It is easy enough to find jobs knowing English, assuming you have all the necessary qualifications for whatever your job field is, especially if you are working in like supply chain or some sort of like factory management. But yeah, I mean, I should be able to speak more languages, but the truth is just that I haven't really had the need to. I've lived in areas where there's McDonald's, 7-Eleven, regular pharmacies, nice restaurants, all the kind of Western amenities that I would want very close to where I live. And a lot of the people that live around there and the clientele at these places, they're English speaking. So, I wouldn't say it's the most ethical thing in the world, but it's just, in terms of time and commitment, learning another language is so difficult, so difficult, and it takes constant practice and commitment. So yeah, I just haven't done that yet, and maybe I will over time. I don't know, but as of now, I haven't made that commitment, and I haven't learned another language, and getting by in English has been, just fine. And also the use of technology today, I can translate, Google Translate pretty much anything. I just bought a new Samsung phone with the new Samsung AirPods, Airbuds, whatever they're called. And I'm pretty sure, I haven't used it yet, but I'm pretty sure there's a feature where I can listen to somebody speak and it will translate it into English, and I can hear it through the earbuds. There's just so many different tools I can use to get by with only knowing English. Duolingo is cool though. I do recommend Duolingo. Awesome. We have been streaming for 3 hours and 20 minutes. That is really cool. I appreciate it. I am going to end my stream in 55 minutes so we can keep hanging out, see if there's any trade opportunities that open up. But once the clock strikes midnight, this carriage is turning back into a pumpkin. And as a reminder, I do plan on streaming regularly, and part of that regular plan is going to be on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So I will not be streaming tomorrow. I will not be streaming Friday. I will be back on Monday, and we will be streaming Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I haven't got the exact time frames figured out yet, but it would be very similar to today. Gold looks like it's making a move to the downside. Maybe we'll come back and test this area. And if we do, I might try and buy something there. And maybe I might try buying on my XFA. If I take a look at NASDAQ, it might be worth buying around here, seeing what happens. Thank you very much, Paula. I really appreciate it. You know, thank you so much for the positivity and the good vibes and chatting with me. And I look forward to seeing you on Monday. Hopefully you made some profits today. And I hope you enjoy the week ahead and the weekend. Took that short on gold. You mean you shorted here? Or you shorted when we shorted earlier? Locked out after $100 shorting gold. Cool. Ending the day in the green. It is so hard for me to short gold. You know, if we go back, if we take a look back at, we'll say a weekly chart. Ooh, that looks ugly. Yeah, if we look back at a weekly chart, you can see why really difficult for me to short gold. But it did it today, made some money today. Yeah, more examples of price falling and testing a cloud. Hell yeah, both shorts and both longs, that is the way to be. Let's see what's happening in crude oil. Oh, snap. Yeah, that's why I said I wasn't too happy with those shorts. And like I said, this would be the area where I would want to short. It might be worth shorting, or at least waiting for price to come back here before shorting this crude oil. However, you know, I think that first profit target should be the top end of this cloud. And if anything, see if price tests this cloud for maybe a buy opportunity. Maybe this point that was originally support. You know, maybe we have a buy opportunity here, or maybe we get a buy opportunity down here. Do I think I'll ever move back to the US? Yes, I do.
but not anytime soon. The biggest reason for me to consider moving back to the U.S. is just to spend time with my family. That's probably the hardest part, is being so far away from my family and not really getting to spend too much time with them. I have visited the U.S. once in the past 7 years. Before, it just wasn't feasible. It was too much money. And that, really that was all it came down to. Now that I'm making more money with Topstep payouts, it's much more feasible. So I am hoping that I can use some of these payouts to either come back to the U.S., visit for a little bit, or fly some of my family out here and get them to spend some time with me. But yeah, round trip to the U.S. is, especially the East Coast of the U.S., is typically well over $1,000. So one thing that's great about living in Asia is I can fly to all these different countries. Round trip, it's like $150, $200, $300 if it's like really fancy. Yes, I do have a fair amount of friends. One of the great things about being out here is that you find your niche communities of like-minded people. Now, I haven't found that in trading, but for instance, on Sundays, I am in a men's softball league. Most of the teams that play in the softball league are either, Latino or American. We have a team from Taiwan, a team from Japan, I think maybe 2 teams from Taiwan. So, you get to meet like-minded people if you go out and search for the groups that are participating in the things you want to do. The downside is it's always a rotating cast, a revolving door of new people and, people that you come to really care about that end up leaving. Usually if you're from the US and you move to Asia, you don't stay here forever. So I've made quite a few really good friends that have also left on to different things, different chapters in their lives. So you kind of have to get used to making friends and then saying goodbye, which isn't bad, but it definitely comes with the territory. Taking a look at NASDAQ, that would not have been a bad trade at all if you bought around this area. Have I tried Apex trading with 20 accounts? Would be great. I have not tried Apex trading. One of the reasons that I was kind of put off by Apex trading, and I could be wrong, but my understanding with how the trailing loss limit works is that the trailing loss limit with Apex is calculated based off of any time you have an open position in a trade. Where what I mean by that is, say you are in a trade and your trade goes up to plus 5,000, and let's say you don't close out that trade at plus 5,000, you close the trade at plus 2,000.
that my understanding is that the trailing loss limit is based off of the highest point of that open position. So that would have been, based off of unrealized profits, and to me that's too off-putting, if that makes sense. And like I said, I could be wrong, but that is my understanding. And also, I don't think I could have. I don't think I could have 20 accounts. I feel like I would blow up too many, or I don't know. Having 20 accounts just seems like so much. Yeah, I can barely keep 2 XFAs on Topstep. Yeah, so that's one reason that I kind of stay away from Apex. Do I surf at all? I have before. I grew up snowboarding, so I'm much more of a snowboarder. But I don't surf. The thing that I do is it's called flow rider or flow boarding. They have it in a lot of different tourist destinations around the world. It's like an inflatable wave where it shoots water and you kind of just hydroplane on the top of the water. I do that. I really enjoy that. I try to do that whenever I travel. How does the trailing stop loss work for Topstep? I think what you mean, right, is not trailing stop loss, but trailing loss limit. Is that what you're talking about? The trailing stop loss is like any other stop loss. However, I've never used it in Topstep. The trailing loss limit is something that's a little different. The loss limit is how much you can lose before your account is blown. The way the trailing loss limit works is it is based on realized profits at the end of the day. So, if I make $1,000, it doesn't matter how much I was up at any given point in the day. If I finish the day up $1,000, the trailing loss limit will be up, 1,000 to that. So, let's say for this combine, I can lose up to $4,500, but tomorrow this max loss limit will be $1,160 higher. Now, once it hits 150,000, it stops. It never goes any higher. So if I get to 148,000, my max loss limit will stay at 150,000. And it's essentially the same with the XFAs. Yeah, I totally understand what you mean. Is it Cami? I totally understand what you mean. One of my biggest issues, especially with getting those base hits, is like I'm consistent with my base hits, but one of those things that I've discussed a little bit earlier is that one of the things that I really need to improve in is risk management, and I tend to risk a lot. And I can hopefully keep getting those base hits, but then I have that day where maybe I'm risking way too much for that base hit, and I lose 5-6 days worth of base hits in one day or one trade. So that's one of the things that kind of keeps me away from aiming for those $200 or $500 days. Yeah, like I don't have a strict profit target. I am usually happy with somewhere over $1,000 for the day. And then once I get to a point where I'm just trying to get payouts, or I'm just trying to pass a combine and I'm just a few $100s away, that's when I start thinking about those base hits. Situational awareness, that's what we call it in baseball. Yeah, and I keep thinking about this idea of speed running a combine. It sounds so stupid, but I really want to just like, I want to pass a combine in a matter of minutes, trading 15 contracts from the get. I know that's so stupid. I know that's such a bad idea. But you know what? Here's what we're gonna do. Hopefully this works. This might be one little fun trade to enter in before this stream is done for the day. I'm going to try and open a practice account with this new combine. Yeah, I do prefer the Topstep platform. The biggest reason is money. I don't have to pay anything. It's also very, very, very similar to, it's, identically similar pretty much to TradingView. So it's fairly straightforward, easy user interface. NinjaTrader is a bit of an outdated user interface, if you ask me. You can definitely do more with NinjaTrader, but I only use trend lines, horizontal lines, and the Ichimoku cloud, so I don't need anything super fancy. And I can save money. I don't have to pay anything. On average, how long does it take you to pass a combine? If I'm being honest, 3 days. I'm typically super, super, super aggressive in my combines, and if I'm being honest, one of the reasons I'm not being super aggressive in this combine right now is because I don't want to look stupid on this stream, especially for my first stream. So $1,100 is good on any day. So that's something I can walk away with on my first stream. But I really do try and try and pass those combines as quickly as possible. I'm trading, typically anywhere between 5 and 10 contracts on a given trade to try and hit that 4,500 mark pretty quickly. All right, we've got the combine. Let's see, practice. Activate practice account. Ooh, I don't know what I did. So we're going to consider this practice for the upcoming trading speed run. I don't know if I want to do that here. I don't really like this spot in the NASDAQ. I don't want to sell and I don't want to buy. So let's see what else we got going on. Yes, okay. Yes, I think this is an okay place to trade. Let's just take another quick look around. Crude oil, I wouldn't want to buy until we get down here.
at least at this time period. And then the next hour, you know, it's something closer to here. The next hour, something closer to here. Let's see, gold. That scares me. Let's go here. Oh, snap. That would have been such a good move. Okay. Buying
Order
15
filled.
contracts in the practice account. Oh my God, look how much I'm risking. 10,000, 8,000. I can't even risk that much. All right. Yeah, I agree. Being aggressive on a combine is not that stupid when you are profitable. I 100% agree. All right, we are up 1,000. Let me set a profit target. God dang, that just moves so quickly. The profit moves so quickly. 448. We want something closer to 45. We'll take that 467 or 468. Yeah, so that's 15 contracts. Remember, this is just a practice account. We are practicing for the combined speed run that will be coming up fairly shortly. And look, if this was a real account or a real combine, like I could close out right here, up $2,000, I'm done. See if we hit it. Yeah, there's no point to me even putting a stop loss on there because that would get liquidated far before reaching that stop loss. So if I'm being honest, I don't particularly like this point of entry. It's obviously not so bad because we're in the green right now. But I really would have liked to get in closer to this area of support. Honestly, if this is a speed run, this is already taking longer than I want to take. Like, to me, this is a slow speed run. I mean, it's not, as far as the profit target goes, it's not that unlikely. You take a look at all these hourly bars, and it's like prices hit this point at least one time within the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours. Can we do it? Can we get there? One of the things I do, if I ever make another $10,000 trade in an XFA, I'm actually not going to withdraw anything, and I'm going to do this in the XFA where I make a trade worth, of 15 contracts and try and make something huge. And it's like,
you know, maybe I very easily blow up the XFA, but you know, it's $300 for possibly making $30,000, you know. Come on, price. You guys do anything superstitious to have price go in your direction? Like sometimes I'll give the Harry Potter, what is it, Leviosa? Is that the spell that makes things levitate and go up? God, we're close. Whoa, we are damn close. We were one tick away.
Order filled.
There we go. Look at that. So what was that? $4,500 in... How long did that take? Too long. It took far too long. $4,600 in 26, 32, in 6 minutes. A little bit less than 6 minutes. Boy, that would have been nice if it was an XFA. But there's nothing wrong with the practice accounts. And also these little practice drills show me that it's not entirely stupid to be trying things like this on a combine or a XFA. And also, I'm happy, even if it is just a practice account. You know, I'm happy to be, you know, showing something in the stream. I don't just want to be sitting here being patient, not taking any trades. Damn, it's been a good first day of. It's been a great first day of streaming. Everyone's been super positive. Everyone's been great. Able to come back from that loss in the XFA, or not the XFA, in the combine, up $1,000. Had a great day in the XFA, in one of my XFAs where I made over $2,000. And I got a payout. I got a payout today after $5,000, or I got a payout of about $5,000. That was processed today. Yeah, I know what you mean about the consistency rule for speedruns, and that is why I set it for around $4,500. Yeah, thank you, Oliver. I appreciate it. But yeah, I mean, as far as the speedruns go, you know, and I've had a lot of combines where I made a little bit over 4,500 and I had to make a little bit extra. There is, as far as I know, there's no possible way that anyone can pass a combine in 2 days, because you would have to make $4,500 exactly both days in a row, and I just don't see that as being possible. So, you know, the idea is make somewhere over $4,500, you know, like whatever the next closest tick would be. Do that 2 days in a row, and then on your third day, you know, make whatever extra money you have to make. But yeah, maybe I'll come back on Monday and see if I can do it again. So what, right now, 46.45, again, that was in 5 minutes. 5 minutes and, oh, I hate doing math right now. 30-ish seconds, 27 seconds? I can't do math. 5.5 minutes. Let's just say 5.5 minutes made $4,500 on this practice practice account. Let's see if I can do that again on Monday. And let's also see if I can beat that score, beat that time. 5.5 minutes, that is the benchmark. That is the starting point for our 1-day combine speed run. BC subscribes with notifications. Thank you. It is much, much, much appreciated. It is what I think. I still have no idea how to figure out East Coast or America Daylight Savings Time. I think that it's 11:37 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I got 23 minutes. 23 minutes. If you want to ask anything, if you want to say anything, y'all got 23 minutes to do so. Do I consider building buffer where it stops trailing and express a stop as well? I mean, yeah, like if you take a look at my payout strategy, my goal, my minimum goal before I take a payout is 6,000. But then I'm always looking to take out half, like very, very quickly. You know, I do want to grow an account. Like I would love to, you know, have an XFA that I dedicate just to growing and maybe not taking out payouts. But I am a little worried of blowing up said account and not ever taking any money out when I really could have. So yeah, you know, that's kind of your answer there. Maybe if I can get up to 3, 4, 5 XFAs, I'll have one dedicated to just growing and not really concerned about taking any payouts. How to get into trading? Where did I learn? I learned through the streets. Nobody taught me. I kind of just sought out information of my own. Really, it was kind of from my mom. I had an uncle that taught her how to trade. Didn't teach her well at all. I think he was kind of one of those like get rich quick guys. But at the very least, it introduced trading to my mom, and then in turn introduced trading to me. And then I kind of went in my own direction, and I learned as much as I could with as much material as I could. And I did that alone. I'm not an expert by any means. You know, I just do what works. You know, one thing that I think I'm pretty good at is finding and recognizing patterns, and that's essentially, you know, the biggest and most important part about trading is pattern recognition. So I've figured out a system that works for me that has been profitable as of late, and I hope it continues to be profitable. Yeah, take the money out as soon as possible, whenever you can is best indeed. I totally agree. You know, it would be so sad to me, you know, I have this XFA, not this one. I have this XFA. If you saw, I have a video where I made 10,000 in one trade in one day. And I spent the next 5 days getting $200 so I could take a payout. If I, for some reason, blew up that account or did something where I couldn't take out, you know, the 5,400 that I did take out, I would be so mad at myself. You know, that's just money that I'm leaving on the table. Do I trade based off of news? Not really, but sometimes yes. Like today in this XFA right here, I made over $2,000. Honestly, it was up and down, up and down. I can't wait for you to get your first payout too, B plus K. Yeah, I know the feeling, but it'll come. You just stay committed. Back to trading off the news today. As I'm watching information and news about the election, it was becoming increasingly clear that Trump was, doing better in this election than most people thought. And, the understanding has been that him gaining an election victory would result in higher prices and indices. So I essentially bought the NASDAQ all day long. So there are times where I'll trade the news, and also I will sometimes try and get into a position before a news release in the hopes that that news release will in turn create a big push in my favor. Now if the news release is wrong, maybe I get stopped out, maybe the spread is so huge it really takes out a good chunk of change. But sometimes it works out really, really, really well. I wouldn't recommend doing it all the time. I think you have to try it a few times to kind of see what kind of damage it can do. If you are in a position before a big news release, like PMIs or maybe something to do with rate cuts. Excuse me. And then one of the other thing is there are times where I will trade the news where if I notice there's a big strong move in either direction after a big news release, and let's say that candle breaks like all my points of support or resistance, I will try and either, if I think it will continue in that direction, I'll try and join the trend, or if I think it'll reverse, I'll try and reverse at certain points. Yeah, I understand the idea of not really sure why. One thing that I tried to help with that, maybe some of you know, there is a trading channel. I think he streams sometimes. His name's Trader Nick. He really sticks to fundamental analysis more than anything else. And he sounds like a really smart guy. I would trust the things that he says. He also offers a product called the Trader's Edge, where it gives a rough score to many different markets and instruments based on fundamental analysis. I bought a trial to that indicator, and I was hoping it would help me understand why price is moving in a certain direction. But the truth is that I could never tell if price has already been made to fit certain criteria of fundamental analysis, or if price is going to continue in said direction that is implied from that fundamental analysis. So the way I see it is, you read what the defense is giving you. Don't worry about, yes, you can worry about why price is moving in a certain direction, but in the end of the day, it doesn't matter so much. It's like, if you are looking at this, how are you a seller, right? You know, this is from a day ago, and we have just been in this uptrend this whole dang time. How do you sell this? Like, you know, find a retracement and get back in with that trend. There's so much buying power here. You take what the defense is giving you, and you know, that is my philosophy when it comes to trading. Hard to tell if the news is front run already or if the catalyst will do. Yeah. I mean, and that's exactly why I just said you take what the defense is giving you. You know, I wouldn't sell NASDAQ until it shows me that I should be selling. But right now, everything about this is telling me to buy. You know, but the biggest thing is, and I'm sorry, this isn't the NASDAQ, this is the ES. Everything is saying buy, but you just got to make sure you buy at the right price so you can mitigate risk. And that is looking for retracements, which I was looking for around here. For anybody that might be new in the stream, in the chat, just as an update, I don't have this posted anywhere. This is only something that I have said in the stream. Schedule for streaming for the foreseeable future is going to be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So I am not streaming tomorrow or Friday, and I will be streaming Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. So if you haven't caught wind of that, there you go, and I hope to see you then. We've got about 10 minutes left. Based on my experience, have fundamentals been consistent for you, or have the fundamentals changed up over time to adapt with things like bots and other factors? I would trust fundamentals, but I think fundamentals are more advantageous for longer term trading. You know, I think anything can happen in a given day where, you know, you might, in the long term, we might be in a bull trend, and fundamentals say we're going to be in a bull trend for a while, but you know, we have a day where it just rips to the downside and violently, and you know, you just lose so much money because you're assuming that, you know, you just only buy, and that is one of, you know, that was one of the issues I had when I was using this trading indicator from Trader Nick. I'll see if I can actually show you a copy. I've actually asked the people there if I was allowed to stream their indicator, because it is a paid indicator, and they did say that it was okay, I could stream it. So I'm gonna see if I could just show you an example. And you know, the biggest thing was, you know, I would look at this indicator, it would give me a reading of like bullish or bearish, and then I would just like be so committed to that idea that when the trend of the day is moving in the opposite direction, I can't seem to get past whatever this one indicator told me. So, you know, I feel like sometimes it helped, but also sometimes it really did not help. Oh, my trial just ended. I guess I can't show you. However, I might be paying a Black Friday price. Let's see if they accidentally still gave me access to this. Nope, can't access. Sorry. Okay, so my trial has ended. You know, not the worst thing in the world, but yeah, it was like I would get a bullish or bearish reading on
like I was getting a bullish reading on NASDAQ for the longest time. And if we take a look at NASDAQ, yes, we obviously had a bull day today, but not too long ago, you know, we had this move for what, 3 days, 2 days straight? And this move just, I mean, when I was so committed to the bulls, this move just absolutely destroyed some of my accounts. Ooh, speaking of moves, we are at a pretty clear point of resistance right here. I mean, just a few ticks off of that high from October 30th. We're sitting around the high of the day. Might be a good cheap trade for a reversal. Might be something to think about. I think I am gonna sit out. I heard that TradingView Black Friday deal too, doing the same thing. Damn, that's nice. Yeah, this Trader Nick's Trader's Edge, I think that's what it's called, or something Edge Finder. I don't know. Maybe it's the Edge Finder. It is a one-time lifetime access fee that is over $1,000 for the indicator. And you know, the thing is, if you watch Trader Nick videos, he'll just show it to you. It's just like, you don't even have to buy it. He'll just show it to you. You could just pause and take a look at the information. Yeah, but it's like $1,000, and the Black Friday deal, it's like down to like 600, 700. I don't know. I had to pay, I think, close to 200 or 300 for the month trial. You know, which wasn't bad, but I think in the end I'm going to, I honestly have no idea. I haven't decided if I'm going to get it or not, but I'm just worried that it will make me committed to an idea in a trade that is incorrect, when what I should be doing is taking what the defense is giving me. Read what the defense is giving you, play accordingly. All right, I'm going to do a quick recap of everything. So we pretty much started out trading this combine today. Started off with a loss of about $1,200. Took a second trade that brought us back to break even. Oh, it was real close to making some serious money on a few trades that I got scared and took myself out of, but I honestly could have hit that 4,500 mark if I stayed in that crude oil trade, where I took a crude oil trade right here, right at that lowest part of the day. A really, really good entry. My profit target was right about here. Would have been about $1,000, maybe a little bit more if I remember correctly, maybe a little less. But I got scared and I got out of it. Whew. The worst one was the gold trade. I did make some money in gold. We shorted gold around here and almost took our profits around here. I think I ended up buying one contract and getting most of this bar, but we had bought 3 contracts of gold right here. And you know, if I had made some money from that, that would have been nice. But ended that day with $1,100 in the combine. And then we did the combine speed run practice, where I made $4,645 in 5.5 minutes. And I did that trading 15 contracts
of the ES. And that was right about here. We took 15 contracts long in the ES. Let me move this. How do I know there's a way I can get rid of that. Go away. Shoot. There's supposed to be like an arrow I can click. I don't know. Anyways. Yeah. Had the fun speed run practice. And just a few other things. My main this is not my main XFA. This is my secondary XFA. Made $2,000 today during the election. That was off stream. That was during London session mostly. So that was a good day for my XFA. And my main XFA, this is the XFA with the $10,000 trade. Took the payout, processed the payout. Looking forward to money in the account. So I'm happy with that. What time will I be back on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? Around the same time. It's going to be around 8 p.m. my time. So I think that's 8 p.m. now, Eastern Standard Time, or 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Am I on TradingView right now? No, I'm on Topstep X, which is a licensed version of TradingView, but it is not exactly TradingView. Feng Yu Yin, great stream. You should stream and upload more. I'm definitely aiming to do that, and thank you for the kind words. I really appreciate it. Got 2 minutes. I'm gonna say my goodbyes. I'm so happy to have done this first stream. I really can't thank you all enough. No, I do not trade full time. I have a job, but I do trade a lot. It's almost like I got 2 full-time jobs. Thank you all so much. For those of you that are new, I appreciate you. For those of you that have been here from day one, I appreciate you. You guys are awesome. This has been so much fun. I can't believe that, I've created this thing and you all have created it with me where I can communicate, I can share my thoughts on trading, and if it helps any of you out along the way, that's great. So thank you. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you guys so much. I'm gonna head out now. Have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful rest of your week. See y'all on Monday. And yeah, happy trading. Make some money. Later. This is the funny part where I don't know how to end.